Hello, welcome back to today's episode. Today is episode 5 of our inventory management system where we are building a Zoho clone. So in today's episode, we implemented two big features in our application, and the first one was API management. So in the API management, we created API keys to protect our APIs. So previously, we implemented the item API together with React query, custom data tables, and everything. But in today, we protected that API. So previously, the APIs were open to the public. Everyone who used to go to our application, API v1 items, you could just go and access the items. So right now, you see, if you just go to access v1 items, or even accessing a single item, you have this API key is required. So now we were able to protect using the API key. So you cannot use any API of a certain organization or access items. And then that within the application, we're able to use the data still from the API, but we internally reconcile all the API keys internally. So just want to show you this model for how it looks like. So let's say here I'm just going to go to integrations, API management, and you can see we have one API key that starts with SK Live, and you can simply copy. There is no way you can show that API key. You can simply copy it to the clipboard. So I just want to get this, and I want to go to VS Code. I want to open Thunder Client, and let me close all these. I want to open Thunder Client, and I go to paste this link here. Let me drop this one here down. So if I try to send here, you see that they tell me error. So right now, in the headers, let me remove this, any header here. So let me send. So they tell me API key is required. So the only thing you have to do is to add the header here for the API key. So you just come to the application. Let's copy the API key, go back here. And we just need to set a header which is X API key, just like this. And let's put our API key here. And let's go ahead and send. And now you can see we have all the items that we have within the whole entire system. Okay. And this one retrieves, of course, they will retrieve all the items. So if you just go still in the organization, if you try to access within the organization here, where we have organization, so I'm just going to copy this. So if you want to access the organization items still, if I just go here, where we have items, and I put organization. Now let me just go ahead and remove the API key. Here you can still see API key is required. If I just go ahead and I put it back, X API key, and then here I'm just going to go ahead and copy this and then add it here. Now if I just put a wrong one, like I put something within here and I send, you see that we have invalid API key and you cannot get the data. Let's put the right one, X API key, and let's just add the value and now send. And you see you get the items within this specific API, and that's why we are able to implement that. That was not easy. It was not really easy, but we can revoke. So now if I just come here and I delete this, so we don't have any API key. So now if I go back here and you try now to access the API key. So now you see invalid API key, like this API key is no longer valid. So we're able to do that. So let me create one, because if you don't have any, it is going to cause some problems. So we can just go here and create another one, and just going to call this one the default maybe API key, default API key, create, and then we can just say copy it, done, and then you'll be having the API key here. So if I just go ahead and now I use this and send, so this is still going to give me the data. Okay, you can just like refresh here to see the created API key. Nice. So that was the first thing we implemented, and it was really nicely done. So in the second thing, we went to the item. So after reconciling and we are able to fetch the data and everything, we implemented the edit functionality, because edit functionality is one of the most by the way hard things on the e-commerce, because the most specific for the item or the product, because it has a lot, because we simplified the create functionality here, but then that means like all the heavy lifting we added it on the edit functionality. So I had to make it really so nice that the person who is going to be editing has a very good user experience. Let's first get here a product that we're just going to create, and we start like editing. Let me just go to computers here. I will just get any computer. Let's get this item. I will just get the save the image. In fact, we can save all the images. It has about 3 images. So I'm just going to go ahead and save all the 4 images because I want to show you the cool features that we added. So here, just going to add all these images. Okay, so we have 4 images. I'm just going to copy the title here. Just copy this. Let's go back. We create this item. They say price is maybe 100,000 here. Cost price maybe 80,000. I don't know. Like these are not real figures. I can have the SKU here. I'm just going to say SKU, and then I just want to do this, and then I'm just going to go ahead and choose the main image. So here I'm just going to choose this one. Okay, we are adding the image, and yep, add item. So the item was added. You can see how fast it is with React query. So the item is here. So let's go ahead and edit this image right now. So click on edit, and you saw that loading spinner. Basically we're using suspense on this page. So on this page, as you can see, this is HP Intel Celeron 4GB. So we are editing this product. This is the SKU. Now we start with the basic details. You can update, for instance, the slug. You know that those, when the slug is generated and they add things like this, so you can clean up the slug if you want. So you can just, someone can come and update only the slug, for instance, only the slug. And you don't need to update all the data that is on this product. That is the most important thing. We optimize this page for the update, that if you want to update only the slug, you don't have to update all the price, you don't have to update the images and categories and everything. You simply update only this, and this is how the app becomes really fast. So if you just like update this, we are only updating the slug, and the name on the slug. So we created these forms. They were really hard to implement, by the way. We did a nice technique here. I'm just going to show you, but this was really nice. So if I go back, I can update the SKU or barcode. So we went and paired this together, 2 So I'm just going to go here and get like the description of this. I'm just going to copy this and then go back on the description, and let's add the dimensions, maybe 10 by 30 by 50. I'm not sure of what I'm supposed to put there. And then you update only the description, and look at how fast this is. You may think that we are not even updating. I'm just going to refresh the page, and you can see that the description is there. The description is there, the dimensions are there, and this is what they call optimizing. You can optimize the page. We are only updating the basic information, not even the inventory, not even the additional information, only the basic information, and I can decide to only update the basic details, or to the product identifiers, or the product description. And this is very important, because you can find that someone wants to update a small thing, but then you find that you have to update the entire page or the entire payload, and then you find that you are sending a lot of payload when it is not actually necessary at all. And this is what we worked on. So we took our time and updated all these things, the categories you can update, the brands, and nice things we did also. The image, we created we updated our custom image, multiple image uploader to look nice like this, so that you can add multiple images. This is what we wanted. We can add these multiple images, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can add these 4 images at once. Okay, let's just wait them to finish uploading. So you can see it leaves the previous ones if you want the default ones. So I'm just going to remove all the default ones, and then I'm just going to update. And this updates only the images. It doesn't have to update the entire payload. This is the most amazing thing that I ever just done in my entire building systems. I feel like this page, I optimized it really so well. So if you just just take you slowly in the code, there is one thing that we did that was really amazing. If you just go to the inventory part here in the items, more especially in the edit part, so there is only one function that is doing all this, a reusable function, which is item. So if you just go to the item page, and then you go to the tabs, you will see that we have, for instance, a basic info tab. You see that these functions are here, the name slug, and if you check in the name slug, there is this handle update function, and in the handle update we have this update item by ID. Now this is a reusable function. It takes in an ID and data, and the data can be of any. If you just look at the type of the data, is going to be the partial. This is the most interesting thing. It is going to be the partial so long as it falls under the product data. So you can pass in only this, and then you update only that specific thing. Like, this was really, really interesting. If you're so interested, just like the video and let's get started. Hello, welcome to our episode 5 of Inventory Management System, where we build a Zoho clone. So in our previous episode, we looked at integrating, we integrated React query, custom data table, and so many things to make this amazing data table with even pagination and all these functionalities. It was really nice, and what we need to do in today's video we're just going to move. We're going to implement the update for products. But most importantly, I want to start off with the integrations and more so protecting the API. So right now, if you just go to our API, it is still, if someone went to API v1 items, you can see that the person is able to retrieve all the items, and potentially they can use it in their own API, in their own front end. So this is not good. This is not good to have our API very open like this. So we need to go ahead and protect our API and make sure that there is no one who is not authorized to go ahead and do this. And this is we're going to implement some API key generation for the authenticated users, and then we use this API key to protect our database. Our API. Okay, so right now we have actually a couple of items. I'm not sure how many items we have right now. We have 6 items, as you can see here. Nice. So I'm just going to go ahead and start with that. I'm just going to implement the API key. It is not easy, and is not also very hard as well, but we need to protect the API, and then we'll see how we are going to move on next. Okay, so for purposes of I think okay, let's just start with that. I was thinking of first leaving it and we do last, but let's just begin with it, since it is a very critical feature and not easy to pull off. So if you just go to these blogs, to my blogs here on CodeMint, you can just see you have API key authentication for Next.js API routes. So click in this. We're going to be following this documentation or this blog I wrote, so that we can just get behind this. So the most important thing is step number 1. We just need to create a Prisma model that is going to store our API key on the user. So for each user is going to have API keys. Like one user, I think we can just say a user can have an API key. I'm just going to make sure it is only one. You can just also implement where a user has multiple API keys. Okay, in this sorry, not just I think this is it. Like we're having a user having multiple API keys. It is not just only one key, but the user can have or can create multiple API keys. So the first thing I'm just going to do is to update this. So you can just go here in the schema. Let's start with the schema, and I'm just going to go to where we have the user. I'm just going to maybe search this user. I don't know if we should tie this to the organization or we tie it to the user. Since it's going to be developers using the system, let's tie it to users, because specifically someone can just create an account, maybe specifically. So since also it is going to be a user, because you cannot just get access these APIs, you cannot just get access to all products within the whole entire system. You can get API access within this organization. So it has to be an organization, and at the same time also to the user. So maybe maybe we just going to since the API, I'm not sure if the API is under, if we just go back to settings and we go to roles and permissions. Let's see. Okay, so if we have these roles and permissions, let's add new role. I just want to see if API settings are under here. So you can see that we have API settings and they are controlled here. That means these are part of the organization things that the organization can control. That's good. So that means like they can create a developer role. So they can just come here and they create a developer and they assign him to this API key. So the API keys, instead, they are going to be tied to the organization. So below the organization here, I'm just going to put this API key. So instead of relating it to the user, we are just going to instead relate it to the organization. So this one is going to be organization ID, and even this one is going to be organization, and fields is going to be org ID, and this one is going to be organization or org. And then so what you're just going to do is simply go to the organization here, and then you see that we have API keys which are of type API key, just like this. So we'll be now creating these keys, but they belong to the particular organization, so that you can just like have this. So you, first of all, you must be part of that organization to be able to use that API key. Okay, so that having done, that's the first step. We need to create that, and now we can push, of course, our migrations. Let's go ahead and push this. So I can just going to restart the server. I'm just going to say npx prisma db push and pnpm Dave. Okay, so next, create a utility function to generate secure API keys. So like we just get this generate API, which is generating 32 random characters. We can just like have this. So I'm just going to have this utility function which generates. So I'm just going to say in the libs or anywhere. So here in the lib, we can just say generate API key, generate API key .ts, and then we can just add this from crypto. So crypto replaced these things of the, I think, your UUID package and so others. So you can use just a crypto to generate 32 random characters. We'll test that function. So now we can just create a new API key route just to generate. If we want take this, we can create it. So we're just going to first create this one as a serve action for creating the API keys. Okay, just going to go ahead and do that. So I will have a function. So just come here. We'll just go ahead and copy this. Okay, we'll just also make it as an API, but for now, let's just create it as serve action. So here I'm just going to say API key ts, and just going to say export async function, create API key, just like this, and just do a try catch, and within this try I'm just going to do this, and for now here I'm just going to say console.log error. Okay, so basically what we want is, if someone is here, we're just going to say session. So just to make sure that people who are not authenticated, you can just first get the user get, and I just like get authenticated user, just get auth user, and just like get authenticated user, and if there is no user, okay, for now we're just going to return null, maybe just like that. Otherwise, so we just check a existing key, so await Prisma, which is going to be db.api key.find unique where og id is on the user, so you can say user dot og id, just like this. So then if existing user, then we return here, so I'm just going to say return, maybe we can just say for now success false, success false, and maybe data to null. Similarly actually here, so we can just say return success to false, and then data to null. Okay, so if there is no existing key, we generate a new key here, so generate API key. We'll just go ahead and maybe console.log this API key, and then here new API key is db.prisma.create, and here is going to be org id, which is going to be same as user.org id, and the key, so depending on how we added this in the schema, you can see there is a key here. Okay, there is a key here. This org id, yeah, I think this is supposed to be what does it mean? You cannot see here the org id can be unique. That means when they create this one, I'm not sure if this is supposed to be unique organization, because an organization can have one API key, I believe, so many API keys, so I don't think it makes sense to make this field unique. Okay, so this one cannot be unique, but the key itself can be unique, but the organization cannot be unique unless they are creating only one key. So just run this again. So just come here and we have the key, and now we can return return, and we can return, for now we're just going to return success, true, and then data to be new API key. For these other ones, I'm just going to copy this where we have the return at forest data null. For now we have one error, so here where we have this, so we can, instead of using find unique, just go and say find first. Okay, just like that. So existing API key, this one has a problem. So if we find the API key, unless if we say that when you generate a new API key, the previous one is deleted, but that's not how I want to implement it. So on the existing one here, we cannot just find first where OG ID is equal this. We are not going to perform a check like that. We're just going to only perform a check on this newly generated API key. So instead, I will just add here const API key is equal generate API key. So for the existing, we're just going to say find unique, and just select this one to be find unique. Where key, so where key is equal to the API key. So like this is like, before you save this, we first make sure that the generated key is not in existence. Okay. So then we just go ahead and try just like this. So I think that's all we need to do here for the create API key functionality. And the what else do we need to do? Okay, so protecting or securing API route with the generated API key. So we need to have our API key at least even to create it and do this. Let me just open here some Visual very fast. Just going to say I want to create a UI where a user can create an API key. Okay, and also copy the generated API key. Okay, and also on the model tell them, okay, just to, and also, so if you look at our API key here, let me see, in the schema, the key has only the key here. I'm just also going to modify this. I'm just going to add a name which is going to be a string, like that. So in the API key, we'll receive the data, which has the key and the name. Just in a second, let me again rerun this. So okay, there is sort of a problem here. Can't reach the database. This must be something to do with, I don't know. But yes, I continue. So copy the generated API key and also can view a list of previous keys. So I just want to look at the, for instance, upload thing here. So if you just go in any project here, you see that you have API keys. So the name key, where you can also show the key and you can add a new key. So I'm just going to maybe give it sort of a something like this, maybe even much better, I'm not sure, but this is okay. Copy and give it to v0 here. So if you wanted to create a new key here, I think this is a model, so you give it, select a name to identify the key and then create key. So I believe this is going to be it. Then can I just like copy this? Okay, in that case, just create key. I'm just going to visible part capture. Okay, I'm just also going to bring this and bring it to here. Okay, so it should just be able to create for us something like that. So under API settings, so here in API key, since we have a name, so now we need to receive this data, by the way. So just going to have data, and this data is going to be of, so here type create API key create DTO. So here the API key need to have a name. It's going to be a string. Let me just name this as interface. So you have the name, and down here, this one, we have key. It is also going to be a string, just like this. So this data is going to be of API key create. So that means down here, actually we just only need the name from the other side. We only send the name, and the key is going to be generated at the back end. So just bring the name of the key. So name, does this need this to create this? Okay, I just like leave that, but I would just say name string. There is no need of creating something big for this, just API key name, and then other things will be generated from this side. So when it comes to data here, we simply put also the name, as simple as that. Okay, let's see what's going on here. So in the page we have this API key management. So I'm just going to copy this. So just going to go under the dashboard here, where we have inventory, we have integrations. So under integrations, we're just going to put API keys. So API keys under integrations. So page.tsx. So we can just have a page like this one. So let's go ahead and create this component for the API key management. Copy, and in the components, I think under dashboard, we can just like put API key somewhere. So here I'm just going to say API key management.tsx, and let's paste this one. So basically, if you look at this, for the toaster, we're going to use some other toasters. So just going to say toast.success. So first import the toast from sooner, then .success. So this takes in cut this, it takes in the title like this, and then okay, so something like this, where I have toast API copied and then the description. Let's see what we have as errors. So is to go simply import this, and you see how it looks like. Let's bring API key management. So we can just go ahead and put this under integration API keys. I'm just going to go to the schema, not the schema, in the protected, I don't know if it's like sidebar or something, sidebar config. Let's just look for where we have the API key settings. So maybe just say here management. So we're just going to say integrations dashboard, integration API keys. Okay, or it could just even be API. I think that's like more better. Let's leave it API. So here I'm just going to also change this one to simply API. I'm not sure if that is going to be okay, but let's try to go to that page. Integrations API. Can we first reload let's first reload here, see if everything is still okay. We'll also fix this loading thing in some time. Still in today's video, we'll fix the loading of these pages. Okay, so far this is how it looks like here. You have this. You can copy the key. You cannot reveal it, but you can just like copy the key. Let's see here. Okay, that's the key the way it is. I'm not sure if it is going to be hidden, but so far you can just create API key. You can put the name, demo, and then you can go ahead and create this. We'll fix these. I'm not happy with how these things are looking like. We'll fix them, I think all of them at once. But let's just look at what is happening here. So when you create for them, just like generate a random API key with this Scalable. So they're saying array 20 field 0, then like blah blah random string 36 substring. I think even in the function we can just prefix with maybe something with our secret key live. So that's like a nice prefix with all our secret our API keys, but we don't need to use this thing. I don't know, string 36 substring 23, then join, then what? Then here I'm seeing here created this last used set API key. The only thing I just need is a name, just only a name. So basically what I just need to get is this, the API name. Okay, the API key thing, what I can just like get from this is this SK live. And let me just go to our generate API key function. So I can simply just say that this can be const random key, and then you can just say return, and then you return when we have this, and then you're like $rand. So like we are fixing whatever is being generated here with Scalable. Yeah, which is just like nice, I guess. It starts with Scalable. Like SK is for secret key, then live is just like is live. What can you do here? You can revoke, or you can copy still the key. Actually this should be just like delete. Okay, we'll just like put this here. Okay, so what do I need to do next? Is to simply go to this. I don't need this to generate the random key, just like this. New key, I don't need this. Then set API keys, I don't need this. We're just going to need to set this later, and say newly created show dialog true. Okay, so set newly created key. Maybe we can just like leave some of these ones. So what we just do here is to await. So this one is going to be an async function. So we just await create API key. This takes in a name, which is going to be new API key name, just like this. So here we will get back the response, which I believe is going to be the key const response. This is going to be saved as a response. So if you just see this one, you get back success or success boolean or data null or something like that. So we can just maybe abstract data from the response, and now we can just say, for instance, that the key const key is equal data dot key, and that is like here, that is, we can just like also get success or the error. Maybe we could also just like get, sorry, I'm just going to go to this create API key function. So here, for instance, if there is no user, we can return the error. You need to be authenticated, you need to be authorized. Of course, this will not happen since it is on the dashboard, so this one is going to be passing, but we have to check it. And then API key here existing, so this just going to say the error message here is going to be this key already exists. And then we can of course create a new key here, and if everything is good, we're just going to have error to be null. Then here just going to say error to be something went wrong. So we can just get this. We'll be interested in the data, so you can just get other things like error and the so we could just like say data and error, and we can just say if there is an error, we can first of all, we just need toast dot error, and the title here is going to be API key failed to create, and then we can just like pass here, and we say description is going to be the error, just like this, and then we can just at this point return. If there is no error, means like we have the key now. So set key name to empty, and then this one is going to be key, and then set new created key. I believe this one must be type API key. last key, id name, key, and so on. I'm not sure if that is the case, like for sure, because the return data is going to be having id, name, key, organization id, created at, this all these ones, they will be we just have to create these, and even this one we just have to get this one. We already have it. Maybe this one we have also to use created at to get it. So what I can say here is I can change a little bit in the key, in the created key here in this API key. So instead we can just get this from Prisma, which brings other errors like this table that last used, which is understandable, and even these dummy data. So for now, this is going to be an empty array, just like that. Then we have to still, this one is saying argument type string is not defined. Owner. So if you just look at still on the data, here it still has also the owner, and we can just say say if no data. So you can just say if error or no data. We can just like put it here. So this shouldn't have that. We still have this thing here. So data here, do we need to do this data.key? If you look at this key, okay, so if you look at the key, here the key is saying as string, or because it's supposed to be the whole entire data, not this. Okay, so good. So we have specifically these two, the cells, they created and last used. This one we can just like only just have when it was created, because last used we need us to do something else. But this one, I'm just going to say we can just say time ago. Okay, I think we don't have this function of time ago in the lib. Let me see. Okay, so we don't have this function. We can just first get this function. So we can just go to docs here, and then we just go Next.js and TypeScript, and then reusable functions. So there is one function in particular which is for time ago. So get the past time here. I'm just going to first go in libs and just go here, time, just gonna say here time ego.ts, and we can add this. So it takes in created art, as you can see it here, time ego. So now you can just say time ego, and then this takes in key API key dot created art, just like that. This is having type date, it needs time to be of type string. Now that we are getting this from the from Prisma, it is taking in that. Okay, we'll just like fix that, but for now, so here in our table, it doesn't have anything. Maybe we just need to say there is no any data so far. If there is no where we have this map, we can instead write that so in here where we have this map, what can we do? We can first do if API keys dot length greater than 0. If this is true, then we do this, and then edit so you can show a p tag, no keys, no API keys. Okay. At that point we could just actually just put also this dialog, but since it is just below the it's below here, so we can just utilize that. No API key. Let's see how this one's going to fit in the table body. I'm just going to put in the center, justify center also. Let's see how this I'm not sure of what is going on here. But so far it doesn't seem like to be okay. No API keys. Let's say maybe no API keys yet. It doesn't look right here. I'm just going to give this margin top of 4. Yeah, I think this looks okay. for now, but I think it can do it can do better. Maybe also we just going to copy this. I'm just going to say the revoke button and the copy. So let's see, so far we have them. If we create a key, by the way, creating a key right now should be working. So it's a demo like this. API key failed to create, something went wrong. We need to, what do we need to do? That was so fast. You know what happened? Did we even hit that endpoint? I'm not sure. So we can first look at the new key name. Also, just also I just want to see the new console log, new key name. Okay, I'm just going to go to inspect console here. Okay, just put something. Error, headers was called outside a request scope, gate authenticated user create. Okay, so I think in this we forgot to put on top here use server. Okay, let's try again. Create. Okay, so the API key comes here with SQLive and then all these digits, and you can just like now copy this API, copy to the clipboard. Let's go to any other place like a notepad. I just want to see what did I copy, paste. Yeah, so our API key is here. Okay, so that's cool. We have this, and then I can just click done. So just click done. Okay, so we need to have a way of maintaining, of course, the key in a state like after it's been created. We could apply we could apply the React query. I don't think it is necessary here. The only thing I'm just going to say here is I'm just going to clean a little bit in this here. I'm just going to say to clean up a little bit more. So I'm just going to say that I have made some changes to the data types and also the table. Okay, just say okay, and you're just going to say please, okay, create the table. I'm going to say please modify the table so that you remove last used and also the copy and revoke actions should not be drop down. Just make them directly accessed on the table. Then I want to say also if there are no API keys, then I want the message of no API key and show the create button. I don't know. I just put that and see the changes, but so far we can create the API key. So let me first get the function to get the API keys. So since we have this, we just need another function, export async function, create, in fact, get organization API keys, just like this. I'm just going to say try catch. I'm just going to say console.log the error. So just going to say const. So here we just need to pass in the organization ID string, and we're just going to say const keys is equal to await db dot api key dot find many, and here just going to maybe pass in also, sorry, inside here just going to say order by, I'm just going to say created at, I'm just going to say descending, and then we can keys, and then we're just going to return keys. Okay, so here you can just say return an empty array. So we can just get these organization keys on the API here. So const API keys is equal to await and then get API keys. So here we just need to get a user, const a user is equal to await get authenticated user, and then I can just say user dot organization ID. Let's make this async, and then here we can just get the keys, pass them here, API keys, then in here we can just go ahead and get API keys, okay, which API key here. The type is going to be API key, like array. And now we going to give this maybe a different name because we already have this. I'm just going to give it another name, simply in this. We are just going to name this as maybe data or organization keys, maybe, and then they come as organization keys. Now instead of starting with an empty array, we're just going to give these as the default keys, like so. Okay, so it will now show the other demo key. Let's see if the UI has changed and just has only created, copy and revoke, and then has this. So go back to this page, API key. Okay, it created also a time ago function for us, which takes in still date as a string, because let me just go here, hope so that it didn't disorganize. It still disorganized our thing here. So what I'm just going to do is first I'm just going to copy the table only. So just go to the return. Let me just go to the return. So I can just go to the return. Let's see. Yeah. So I'm just going to go and minimize the return here. Just like so. Okay, this doesn't show any errors. Okay. The only we still have this one time ago. I think that should be the only one we need. So if we just go ahead and see again, we have 10 minutes ago, copy, and then we have the revoke keys. Then the only thing is maybe we should just like limit, we don't need to show the key like this. So can I just, instead of showing the key direct, I'm just going to say my key I want to hide the key from this to, so we just want to show where we have Scalive. If you just go here, Scalive, then underscore dot dot. So I would just want to like Scalive, and then we show something like this. Okay. So for this, the time ago function, the one we are having here, this here, let me go to the time ago function. So I'm not sure if this is string or date. Sorry, like string or date. This doesn't change anything, like still like takes in this. Okay, and you see it actually stops our thing. I just want to see again, copy this. It is still the same thing, just want show. Okay, so we have this function mask the key. So just going to copy this function. I'm just going to add it here. Function mask the key, and let's see. So where we're just going to show the key here, table cell, we have mask API dot key. So let's see in the table. So we have key name there. So instead here, we're just going to have the function mask API key, and then we put this. Okay, so that should just be able to hide to mask it. Yeah, nice. So this gives us a table, gives it enough space. But if you click copy, this should just like copy the all of it. Nice. 14 minutes ago, that's when it was created. Okay, now we just need the copies working. The revoke, I just going to just say delete instead of revoke. We just put the word delete. So this is going to be delete. Okay, it's going to be delete. So we can just put the functionality of the delete. Also the table, it would be nice if this table is in the card or something. Okay, so you can just say tell it to do that. You want the UI to look much better, so put the table within the card with a beautiful header. Okay, so just like would just like put that in the card, since this is a very small table. I'm just going to write a function to delete the key. Let's just go here in the API keys. So it's one here. So keys, delete key, delete API key. This is going to be taking an ID. So deleted is going to be await API key dot delete, and just going to say where ID just like this, and then we're just going to return success, success to true. Here just return success to false. Okay, so you can just like do something like this. So now when we click the let's first see this here, API key, create the key. Nice. I think this looks much better. Yeah. I just want to say that when I click revoke key, you want a confirmation model to pop up, and when I click confirm, it should console the ID of the clicked key. Just as simple as that. Yeah, so after putting the API key functionalities, now we'll be able to protect our API here. This right now is bringing all the data. So if you look at this, the next step you're just going to do is securing. So all we're doing is actually under this step here is under this step of this. I think I will add in the blog, I will add the UI, because in this I didn't add any UI for that matter. I think I will have to add the UI for you guys. It will be a little bit easy. Actually, I can also do that. I don't know. Just to be able to just to update on a few things for those who are watching the tutorial, to be easy for them. Just going to update the UI. Okay, so now if you just click this, it says, are you sure you want to revoke this API key? This action cannot be done. Okay, so that's a nice one. So just go back here. So the only part I'm still want is we have handle create key. Okay, copy to clipboard. Then we have now handle revoke. So just going to say copy this, and up here we're just going to have handle revoke. Okay, so there is EP2 set key toast dot success. Just going to see that API key deleted or something like that. Then set key to revoke has this state key, then set key to revoke, just like this. There is a state here. So down here, so I'm just going to now again just do the return here. So we have a lot of two dialogues now. So copy the return part here. That's the most important one. Okay, so we have a lot of errors. This is to do with the card. So is to make sure that here we have our imports. Together. Some shield is from Lucid. Then others they're just like here the card. So we still have some icons, trash, key, we have plus, then we have, okay, so that's it. Okay, I'm just going to try to see now how this looks like. Okay, so this is how it looks like. Okay, API keys, you can create a new key. The form still looks good. And then here we have the key itself, demo, and then the time. If you just click on revoke, it brings nicely this where you can actually go ahead and cancel or actually revoke. So since we have this on the revoke, we can call, so here this is the ID of the one that is being revoked. Okay, so we can just say await here. So just say const response is await delete API key, pass in the ID, like so. That makes this one to be async. Sorry, async here. So we have await, and from this we can just say if success. So if here we can just say get success. So you can say if success. Okay, we do this. Otherwise we can say else. We just toast dot error API fail to be maybe to delete or something. The API key has been revoked successfully, or here you can just say something went wrong. Something went wrong. Please try again. Okay, so for if the success, then we just go ahead and say the key and all that. So cancel, refresh. Okay, so I feel like the padding below is really small on that card. Shadow, I'm not sure if I'm liking the shadow or not, but yes, I put padding bottom of 4. I see. Okay, so you can see I've just removed the shadow. See, this looks good. What about the padding overall? Padding of 4. Okay, that looks weird, I may say. They just stick it to padding bottom. Yeah, that one is okay. It balances a little bit. So just go and see if the delete function works. Okay, so API key revoked successfully. API has been revoked successfully. So this works. The problem is that we don't have the loading state. Okay, so we need to put in the for instance, we need to loading state. So you just say const so creating, can you see here, is creating set is creating use state, and just going to say false. So now you're just going to say also is deleting or is revoking. Set is revoking, is revoking. Set is revoking today. So we just simply on here, when we set here, just going to say set is creating to false, to true. Okay, so when everything is done, toast, when it fails, before here just say set is creating to false, stop the spinner, and even after creating here we can say set is creating back to false. Similarly here we don't have a try catch, which is so bad. And then similarly here we just going to say set is revoking to true. Okay, so when success, so down here set is revoking back to false. Similarly, this should be done even on the else part here if there is any error. So down, we're just going to this triggers the create. So the dialog of the create is here. The button, this is the button which is actually doing the handle create. So we need to show the creating button when this one is spinning. So I'm just going to go to the shard C, and I'm just going to say button. Specifically, just want the loading one here. So I'm just going to get this here, and you can see if is creating, Okay, and this is true. Then we show this. It is. It is. Just going to show this. Okay. So yeah, I'm just going to say creating. Please wait. So similarly to the one for revoking, so revoking, the dialog must be down here. Dialog, so okay, this is the dialog for showing the newly created, the dialog for confirming here. So you come here, and when you click button this revoke, so I'm just going to say is revoking. If it is true, we'll show this button. Okay. No, this one. But let me first copy this actually. Put this S. Put this. So I'm just going to go ahead and just get this again. This delete. And I'm just going to say this disabled revoking please wait, just like this. Okay. I saw that, yeah, like there is no key right now, so let's just create another demo key. Demo key, create. Okay, so it is not showing the spinner. I don't know why. I think I'm just like showing the wrong one. So you can just copy this and click done. Close this. Okay, so you can just do revalidate. This is what we need, of course. So I'm just going to go to back to this. On create API key, when it is successfully created here, before we just say revalidate path, so I'm just going to say revalidate path, and just going to say dashboard integrations / API. So we have to revalidate this path here. If I reload, we might just like change actually all these ones to use. So let's revoke. Even on this revoke, we need to revalidate the path here before return, like this. Okay, so if I delete revoking, that one showed actually the button. It seemed like it showed it on the wrong thing. Let me just go back here. Oh, I did with the cancel. So let's bring the cancel button back here. Back outside, and I just need this create in here. Okay, so just like check also for creating. create key actually the create key actually is here. I don't know which one I did. I'm not sure which one I did. Oh, I think there are two. Yeah, there is another one here. So I'm just going to also get this, then create. So there is one that is below the table here, down here. This one. Okay, just like do one more time. So there is this one and this one. I'm just going to say maybe main key, creating, please wait. Okay, done. This is good. So when we click done, I think this one should also close. So these have width is full actually. So the creating also, I'm just going to give them a class of width is full. Yeah, so I'm just going to give them that even on the revoke here, but this one doesn't have this, is only the create. So let me just also the upper one, give it a class name of width is full. So far this is good because when we create, let me just say demo again, create. Okay, then you can just copy. Still, like, we don't have the key here. That's the problem with revalidate, and that's why I might just opt to use still the use the what I might opt in to use what React query, but for now let's just go ahead and click on revoke. Now the revoke functionality is all work. The only thing we just need is to go ahead and now put in the restriction functionality here. I wanted to get this to help the people just following in to get the code. So after creating the API generation function, the endpoint or serve action, you can create it as an endpoint or a serve action. I'm just going to say implement the key creation serve action maybe. So let me just find this here, React query, building extension table, protecting API key here. Okay, so let me just go to the step number 3 here, which says implement API key creation endpoint. I'm just going to create like server action, and then I'm just going to say create like server action. I'm just going to say actions, and then you have like maybe API keys. .ts for, and then let's go and get for you this, just to simplify life. So just you have this is bound to change when we, but this makes sense for this particular application. Like for this step, this makes sense, but we might just use React query to make sure that we are uniform. Protecting API routes. Okay, so another thing I'm just going to put in between here is that create the UI page for managing the keys, just like this. And I'm just going to go ahead and also do for you the page. So the not here. So you have this API key which has this. So here I'm just going to create. So create the page to display the keys. So down here, I'm just going to do JSX, just like this. Now next is create a component that is displaying and managing here. So we can simply also copy this API management here. Create a component that is displaying. So here, okay, just like this. So this is the only thing that we would want to do only. So I'm just git add and I'm just go ahead and push this so that you can find this. I'm just going to go ahead and also close this. Okay, so we have this. Let's go ahead and implement the protection now of routes, and this is where things get nice. So before we call our API, we're just going to be getting the headers, and from the header we expect the key to be passed as X API key. Like we're going to create a new header called X API key, and then we can get this header, and if that header is not there, then we restrict. So basically that's it. And we can also check the validity of the API key. So I'm just going to copy these 2 lines here, copy this, and in the API, so if we just go to the API now, API, so we have v1, so we can just go to the items or organization here, for instance in the route. So maybe let's go specifically to the items, the ones we want to protect. So here, irrespective of having other things like the organization ID in the params, we can actually even check for the key first without wasting any time. So we start by getting the headers from the next headers, and then we get the API key, which is going to be on the header called X API key. And then if there is no API key, we return. So you can check our response here for the error. We have an error response, this here. So I'm just going to be copying this, return new response, copy, and just go to where we have this, and it is 401. So 401 status, remember that 401, and then said API key is required, API key is required, and then I think that's it. Then next we have the valid, so this is going to be db dot API key dot find unique, where key is API key. So here we find the valid key, and if it is not there, we have invalid API key still. So we can also have 403. This is 403 invalid API key, invalid API key. Okay, I wish this API check could be done. We could do this in the, if you wanted, in the middleware, but since you saw the middleware, I am not a fan of middleware. Like, I just want to implement this logic here, because as you saw in the Next.js, the vulnerability attack that happened, they exploited the middleware. Like, if someone bypasses the middleware, then like he has entire access to your API or entire application, but that is not in my app. So like in all my apps, authentication will be on page, like per page. So you are not affected. Like when they say that there was a vulnerability attack on the middleware, I'm not a fan of middleware anyway. So for now we have these checks, and with only this, I'm very sure this route now is protected, because after this you can do other things using the API key. So now you're going to see that we have to create a new header called X API key, just like that. So I'm just going to go here and try to access this API v1 items. Not that, we just okay, let's start. Actually, we also add those ones. So I'm just going to copy from here to here, copy this, go to let's go to the same thing to the brief items. So here, brief items, make sure you get the headers. You can create your own header, by the way. Here you can create your own header, give it any name you want, but yes, I go with that one. So the same thing just going to do onto this. Let's get the headers from next headers. Okay, they just go ahead now again. So you can see right now we have data null, error API key is required. So now we just need to get the API key, one of these ones, and we try to do a request. Okay, in the standard client here. So I'm just going to get the standard client we used last time to get these. We had like routes for the I don't know why this didn't even save anything. Okay, I think we have them here. So just go to get all items. This is a simple one. So if I just go here and send, so you can see API key is required. So I can basically go to the headers, and let's give or create a new header called X API key. So if you look at the usage here, you need to create an X API key header. So you can see there must be a header called X API key. So just going to create a new header, and let's give it a value of the API key from any of these ones. So copy one, and now we just do this. Okay, so X API key, and then you have this. Now let's go ahead and try to get the items. Success. That's nice. So you can see now we have success and we have all the items. So if you have the API key, you get access to the items. And if we just remove, okay, so if we just go ahead and sort of like remove in the headers here, I would want to see here. So if we just go ahead and remove this, maybe I add O here, and let's send. So you can see here you have API key is required, and you can see 401 unauthorized. Another thing is, so you can see the API key is required. So if you put a wrong API key, if we have it but it is a wrong API key, wrong key, try to send. So you can see invalid API key. You gave the key but it was invalid. So we have now successfully protected our API. That is, even if you go in the organization, try to get the one for the getting the items, like organization items here, you still see that you need an API key, which is, I'm very, very happy that we are able to protect our API key using this here. Okay, I'm just going to maybe delete like only one. I remain with one key. I don't need to have two keys. Okay, so nice. So that now that we have implemented that, okay, now that we have implemented that, we can just say go to that means like if we go back to the inventory here, then it might not be showing. That is must be probably the fact. If we just go to the items, now how we are calling this, I'm very sure we are not going to get back the data. So we need to look at how to get this internally. This will not return data, I'm very sure. Okay, so you can see cannot update the router, different component, blah blah. So this now because we are feeding from if I just go back here, you go to our server action for items. So if you just look at this, for instance, the gate, we have the create item, which is not having any problems. Now if you look at our gate, this is passing this, so we need to pass in some specific headers within this one. Now if you just go to the API, I think we can just like set some headers within this from here where we have this content type. We can pass in the API key here. Now the question is, how do we get the API key for this particular thing? Now this file, I believe, is on the server, so that means we can just get a user. Const user is equal to await get server I think get authenticated user. I guess look at this function. Okay, so it is using, of course, server session. Okay, so just get a user, and after getting the user, we can just get const get. So I want to get the API key. Just want to say get API key. I'm just going to say const API key. So I would want to get the API key by organization ID. So we can just create another one here where we have, instead of getting the organization keys, by the way, if we just wanted here, we could just get the organization keys, and then we get the first one, like only one of the keys, since all the keys have the same powers. If we're having like restricting the privileges and all that, but here all the keys have the same functionality, so we could just like use actually this one of get organization key. I could just say get one which says get organization key, and then it simply gets to get the key, gets this, and instead of finding many, you simply find first. By the way, this one is getting all the keys. We are not using the where, so just gonna say where org ID, just like this. So let's get this here, find first. So you could just get only the find first where, just like this, and then return this key. And we're not interested in everything actually, so I'm just going to say select. Okay, select key. So yeah, only interested in the key, true, and even the return, I'm just going to return dot key. Okay, so here we can just say return null or even empty string. So you can just get here organization, get organization key. So with this we can go back to, I don't know what that function was it in the Axios? So here in the Axios we can now find the key by saying await and then get organization key, and we pass in user.org ID. So the good thing, we have the organization key here. So this one has key or this. So I'm just going to say X. So here if you look at the headers, how you're supposed to say the headers, you're supposed to put this here. So let's go ahead and put the headers on this so that we intercept the whole entire API request within the application. So this just going to say by default should be null, like to avoid not passing anything. So now if you just go back here, and this should now work. I'm just going to refresh. I believe it should give us data. Just wait. Okay, we are still having issues. Cannot update a component router while rendering a different component item listing. To locate this bad state, call inside item for the stack. That's too bad. I don't know if the I just want to know if the data at this point, is it being like fetched? Does it return data really, or there is a problem with this authenticated function get authenticated the user. I don't know why this is being executed. Error headers was code outside a request scope. Maybe this is the ARIA one. I'm not sure if this is the this is the recent one actually. I think just because of coding this in the Axios, does this file need to be called on the server? I'm not sure if we say use server, if this has to be called on the server only. I can just refresh. Just want to go and see these errors. We still have the same error. The service worker error headers was called outside request scope. And you can see it is actually in the config axios.ts. Okay, so basically we cannot pass the headers from there. Calling this get server session basically. Okay, Let's try something else now. Still in the Axios here. Does it mean that we need to pass that in the this one I tried to put even like use server, it's still not accepting. I don't know, just because it's safe the Axios can't be at the server. I don't know. I'm not sure if we can override the these headers. Okay, just like try something else. I'm just going to comment this. I'm also going to try to cut these two. Cut. So let's also comment this. Also remove this. So where we call this in the items here, also they get organization items. So where we have the organization ID, so we could just use of course this of get organization key, and then we pass in the organization ID. And then now I'm not sure if we can pass in this gate. Then here we are passing in the params. Let me just see. I want to pass in the options to pass in the headers. I'm just going to ask maybe Cloud that if this was my API, my Axios, how do I pass in the header for API key, for instance? Okay, so you'd have like the so in here where you have the params, then you can actually also pass in your API key here. Okay, so basically here we can just say also the headers, and then you pass in the X API key. Okay, so you can just go here in Axios, just copy this, the one we're trying to pass earlier. So here you can pass in the X API key. Okay, so also cross-checking in this route is that we are expecting X API key. Okay, so we can pass it in just like this, X API key. Okay, like next Okay, so here API key is required is what we are getting. I would want to console log the API key for this particular organization. Okay, so we still have the same error for some reason. Okay, so I would want to know if after coding this, does it return anything? For instance, I'm just going to say console log API key, and then also the items. I don't know why this is. Okay, so there is get organization items and also getting the brief items. So let's go ahead and put it on the brief headers. Get organization brief. So here, and let's get the API key. Okay, so here we're just going to get the API key. I would want to get to console log, let's say console log API key, and the raise the data. Okay, so I'm seeing here all the data. That means it went through. If you just go back the UI back, so just like targeting a wrong one. So right now we have the ability to internally pass in the API key to retrieve the data. I think that is okay. I'm just going to stop this console. Okay, that was hard, more than I expected. Actually, I didn't expect it to be more complex in terms of like using it internally. So for starters, we cannot set this globally, which is unfortunate. I don't know how we can intercept that to update it from the API perspective. I'm just going to ask Cloud. So if I wanted to make sure that the header, so you can say when creating your Axios instance, you can also pass it in here. If you're making multiple requests with the same API key, you might want to set it globally, which I was trying actually. I think the only thing that let us down was the way of getting this organization ID. I'm not sure why in this access config, it refused. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why it refused to get it from here, because if I make this use server, okay, and I can access session from here, right? I should be able to access session. So let's just say, for instance, const user. I still have a belief in it. Const user is await. I don't know, it's because just like we're using await and we're not just like doing anything. Like this is supposed to be inside a function. This first create maybe get server session. And just pass in all options, and then from here you just get const key API key to be equal to actually this is not user, this is session. So just gonna say session dot user dot org id. So we pass all this into get org key or something. It was get API key. It is get org key, I think. Get, let me just put, get it from here. Get org key. I think I may pass in this something like this here, and then here you pass in x. I'm just going to say that okay, they promise there is await here. So I'm just going to say this is what I have, but it is refusing. If we just go ahead and we remove these headers here, like this doesn't work. Let me see. Okay, so this doesn't work. So you just ask like, oh, I just want to use this sonnet. I didn't want to create a new chart. So I'm just going to say here, I'm just going to say this is my instance. Okay, but it's not working properly. So I just say, can you fix it? So just get also the error. Maybe we just give it the error we are getting here. So the error has to do something with let's see here. It has to do with the headers was called outside the request scope. That's like why I have the problem. Let's see what it says here. So it says fetch protected data. So it first had this as base Axios create headers, and create a function that returns an authenticated API instance. So get authenticated API, so gets the session, organization ID, API key, and then return Axios.create this one, and then use this for authenticated requests, export base API as API, then example on how to use the authenticated API in the serve action. So you have authenticated await get authenticated API first, and then your response is await authenticated API is equal to authenticated API dot get endpoint. Or okay, let's try it, because all they will be authenticated. Let me first try it. So up here, Control C, because that's the hard way is the only way, I believe, because we really need to have that. So here we are exporting const API. So we just have this. This takes in endpoint and params. Maybe just a string. Okay, so we have base, which was this one, and then we have get authenticated API Axios.create, and it has this export base API as API. So if you want to use this, we come and call this, and then we use it here. Okay, let's just go and try it. That means like we have to change all our API, which is okay. So go back, most of the one we are using or brief. So we remove this need of that. We get the authenticated, get it from here, and then we are using authenticated in terms of, instead of just the API, we use authenticated API. We pass in the endpoint as user. Okay, so that this is going to be crazy at this point. I'm just going to hope for the worst or hope for the best. I don't know. Okay, so this actually works. Where is it? Yeah, so like this works. Okay, that's cool. Like this works. This one, like this works here nicely. So that's what we're going to use in the entire app. So use this authenticated API request like this. I don't know why we didn't export it as API still. I'm just going to call this API the way it was, API, and then here API, just like this, the way it was in. So we just simply have to go to every place where there was API. So up here we have the API, so now we have to define the API. So just do this. We don't need to pass in the headers. We don't need to pass in the headers. Where is another one? So even the create, so the API has to be defined here. So const API, just like that. API. Okay, so these other ones are not yet using the API, but that's how to use the authenticated API within the application globally. Okay, so that is achieved. If we check here, we cannot still access this data, right? But then in the application, so long as you create the API key, it gets the data. Now, alternatively, we could, but that's the best way, because why we did this is that we are assuming that we separated our app to be between the API and the front end, just like this. So that means to avoid problems when like people have to go ahead and set, like when someone creates, he doesn't need to come and do this. So we need to create like the maybe the main API key or the general API key. We need to create always one. Automatically when a shop is created, to avoid issues of fetching data within the application, I believe. So maybe the time we create the organization, that's the time we can go ahead and create an API key. So here on the users, so there is when we are creating the user, but then there is why we are creating the organization, is where I'm interested in. Actually, let me see if I can see where we have anything to do with organization. Oh, so when you are creating a user, I think the data is here. So when you are creating this, we receive also the organization data, and this is the function we run at first. It is a transaction. So the time we create organization, so existing organization, and we have organization create. So at this point we can also create the API key, so the general API key, because at first this will not be there. So just going to say await db dot API key dot create. So I'm just going to go here and let's put the data. So we're just going to have the name, which is going to be the, maybe we just call it the default key, and then we have to provide the key, which is going to be generate API key from the lib, and the next is going to be the organization ID, which is going to be the org, so the organization that has been created here, dot ID, just like this. So this one will create the default API key. So this one does not, this is going to be very important, not to need a person to come this side to create the API key. So the API key will always be there, and you can just always come and copy it and use it in other places. Yeah, so that's done. The next thing is that I would want to do is the edit functionality of this. Okay, we're just going to create the edit page. I just want to create the edit page of the inventory here, and I want it to be in cards. Okay, we're just also going to do it in a very optimized, very optimized place. So I'm also going to logically create this so that it is really optimized. I'm not sure at that point if we're just going to use React query for that, because update is something they do once in a while. We can use React query in some places, and then I think in other places we don't need to, but we're just going to see. I'm just going to add the edit button here, and this is going to be routing to items update ID to that page. So let me just create that page here on the dashboard, inventory, items. So in the items, we already have the update ID page here, where we have the category form. I'm just going to say here that this is the item update page. So they're just going to be routing to this place here. So let's go to the item listing. Okay, scroll to where we have these. So there is edit. So in this case, the edit can be a pop-up, or the edit can be because you can see here this was the pop-up. So I think in this case we can just the way we have this on edit handle click, because if you just look at this, we have a handle click, and then in this handle click, if we try to search it here, we have it here. And this, I believe, it was a model. So you can see say the dialog to open. So in this case, what we need to do is this one was, instead of this, was I think brief item brief, like that. So what we just need to do here is get the ID. We don't need to open any dialog. I'm just going to comment out this one in this case, and I'm just going to router. So you can first create a router here, const route is use router, and then we can just say router dot push, and we can push can just like push slash dashboard slash so this should be under inventory dashboard inventory items, and then update, and then on this particular ID, it's going to be product dot ID, just like this. So now the edit button is there. So if you click on this and just refresh, okay, so just click on edit. This should just route me to the item update page. You can see this particular item. So I want to do the update whereby, because this page is going to be the most populated page of all times. First of all, we can use tabs. That is the first thing, to avoid a lot of data. We can use tabs, and then we can use tabs, and then even inside the tabs we can also use the cards. We can just going to show you in a second what I mean. Schema. Okay, so in here I'm just going to look for the item. So this is the item. It's going to be receiving the brand, the what, all these things are to be updated. So this is the item model. It is depending on so many things. Let me see the models. It is depending on, so we have the image URLs for the images, category, okay, then the brand, the units, then mark stock, and then we have, of course, it has serial numbers, and then we have the it has suppliers. I don't know how this is going to be done. Okay, so I'm just going to simply copy this model like so. So I'm just going to go here on the V0, since I'm just going to create a new chart. I'm just going to say that I have this Prisma model. Okay, for an item in the inventory management system. Okay, so I want to create, so I can remove these ones which are commented, they are not yet there. So I'm just going to say that I want to create for it an update page where this item can be updated. I want this page to be very optimized, as it has very many fields. A user might be interested to update only a few fields and he doesn't have submit the entire data. So when I want you to group the fields in cards of, so we just say group these into, I don't know how many they are, let me see. So we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19. So you're having about 20 something. So first of all, to group the fields in cards of okay, so let's first one interested update on the field doesn't have to submit entire data. So I want you to group the fields first in different tabs, in maybe, let's say, how many tabs? I'm just going to say in 3 tabs. In 3 tabs, like basic info and so on and so forth. And then in each of the tab, the fields still in these fields should be also grouped in cards of 2, in cards of 2 fields per card, with an update button, so that it is really optimized. Okay, so, and I'm just gonna say for each card, when I click the delete, the update button, I should get an object of the submitted data, data. Okay, so we are using, I think it will just automatically use, we are using, what are we using? I think it will just use that. I'm just going to leave it this. Now I would want to give access to some of these, for instance, the category model, to see how these things are related. So I will add also this category model, so that it sees how it is organized. So after the item, Just going to add this. And then we have the next one is there is no need of the organization. Organization is huge, but let's just like not pass in that tax rate. I'm not going to pass in all these ones. We'll be just needing only the ID for that case. Even this one, let me remove it. So let me just like see what is going to create for me with that. So here it has this get item. And we have this get item thing. So as it is doing that, meanwhile, after the update this, we should just like start getting into the at least these items. I will do this, the category fetching offline, I believe. These ones, like for instance, categories, brands, units, serial numbers, like the fetching of those ones. But we'll of course do the stock transfers and all these ones together. Let me see the time. Okay, we still have some time, I believe. So it is just here doing some tabs, which is going to be a lot of work, to be sincere. If you think about all the update, the update is really a lot of work. For these other ones, the categories, brands, these the update will not be a lot of work. Here we'll use React query, but for the item, it has really a lot of data on the update, so we need to use another approach. There is also these stock adjustments. We need to finish this. We are now episode 5. We are remaining with more 5 episodes after this one, so we need to make sure everything fits in that time schedule. Speaking of which, if you go to our dashboard here, we're just going to change everything. Is not going to be we are not going to be having this. If you reload, you see there is this the loading spinner for this whole entire thing. We are going to use suspense for all these pages. We'll be using the suspense. So as it is creating this, I'm just going to show you for a second. Inventory items. So if you just go back to the page, this is the page which is having the dashboard main. Okay, so we'll divide this into, because all that data that we have, the analytics and all that here, we'll have to divide this in terms of like different components, like these cards, and then also these recent activities, These two, have to be divided into two components for purposes of rendering really well. So after finishing the edit, I'm just going to work on the dashboard to give it the actual look of what it's going to look like. Let's see what this came up with. No page detected. You can select the route below. Okay, so it has the basic information, for instance, the name and the slug. So we're not semi here. So we'll not need the slug, because the slug we don't want maybe the person to change it, or they can even just like also change it if they want. Then we have the product identifiers. I like this. Product description and dimensions, product weight and the image, category and brand, product images, and all this is under basic. If you got inventory and pricing, I like this. Like this is a very, very nice form. I really like this. Okay, so let's just go ahead and get into dive how it arranged this. We have the ID update. This is for our case, we don't have edit. We have the update, dashboard, inventory, items, update. So inside here, we have this ID. And then inside it, the update, this is what we have inside this item ID. Oh, this is why we have for it has item, then ID, then update. Is it, by the way, that is like also like, I guess we can do that. I'm just going to do this. Can I delete this? You cannot delete this if you are on that very page. Oh, okay, we left that page. So basically we can move this here. And the reason why this is better is that we can now specify the update and so many other things within this. So we can also create the folder for edit. Now I'm just going to delete this update folder for now. So we have items, edit, here the edit, then the edit has tabs, which is okay. So edit, and like this page is for what? Oh, okay. So this page is supposed to be inside the edit. So like if you look at this, it doesn't have anything. It has the edit. Edit has the page, which is the one showing the update form. Just going to do that. Just like this. It gets the update with some sample data. So we're just going to get this, no worries. Let's create the tabs, and there is also this item update. Let me see very well. This is item update form, so we can actually add it also in the edit. Item update form .tsx. We shall also just solve this later. And then inside this, we're just going to add tabs. And inside the tabs, now we can have different tabs. So the first one is, let me copy this one. It is called additional details tabs. Additional details. So inside this, we are going to start with the additional details tab .tsx. Next is the basic info tab. So here you're going to have basic info tab, basic info tab .tsx. Nice. Last one is inventory pricing tab. So just copy this, inventory pricing. So we have inventory pricing tab .tsx. Okay, so that is good. I think that's it. Now we can just like fix the errors. Let's start with the page. I'm just going to go here and add like this. So here fixed. We go in the item update form. We bring all these here tab, and then also this tab, then also this one tab. Okay, so this one also fixed. We go to the inventory pricing. What's the problem here? So we have the switch. So let's go ahead and add the switch from shard cn, and just going to say switch. So the switch is this one. Are we just going to add this? Okay, so the switch. Okay. So these are tabs taking all the item which we are passing in here. So it is installing and updating the switch. So it should be good to go with the switch. And it is using sooner. This is good. Okay, so it is gone. We go to the basic info. Let's look at the errors. The first one is getting text area. So you can just get the text area also. I don't know why we don't have the text area for some reason. So I'm just going to go here and say text area installation. Let's get it here. Okay, just like this. Okay, so after installing it here, where is another error? I think another error was on this. Okay, this seems to be fine. Everything looks good. So we just need to change the place the way we are redirecting now. So if you go back to the item listing, here we push to dashboard inventory items. So now to be items, and then ID, and then from the ID we have the edit. So basically that's it. We are passing to the items, and then the ID, and then the edit, as you can see here. Okay, so going back to the list page, if I just go inventory items, and then let's go to this. Okay, so this is good. Edit item, sample item. So we need to, instead of sample item, we need to have an actual item. Okay, we need to have an actual item. So let's go back, and we see how you're just going to get on this. So you can see on this we have get item, which is returning this. It is returning this whole thing, which is really nice. So it is returning this. So this is what you're supposed to go on this get item. So let's first go ahead and work on get item, and then this param we have to change it. So come here, and now just say that it return as promised. If you don't change this, it will not deploy. So now instead we have to say const id is equal to await params dot id, just like this. Now you can use the id here like so. So let's get the item. We have to do a function that fetches a particular item, and that is going to be from the API direct. We can just get it from the API. Since now we have our thing working here, we can just go ahead and create the API endpoint for a particular item, and then we use it. So v1 item id. So now the good thing here, we don't need to pass in the ID of the organization. We simply just have the ID of this direct. So I'm just going to pass in here, pass in the ID like this, and then inside here we just going to pass in the route.ts, and then here we just simply get the gate. So we just get this gate here. Okay, just have the gate inside here like so. So the difference is, if we just go to any of these, in the gate you accept the params also. So if you're just going to use, for instance, somewhere else, I'm just going to simply get these params in this. So I'm just going to say here I will pass the params, get the request from next server, headers from next headers, and then we have db here from that. Okay, so this is the ID, the product ID. So after finishing this API validating everything, we don't need search params in anywhere, check pagination, we don't need if paginated, else I just don't need any of these ones. I just simply want to see the request, so maybe let me first leave this one. I want to see the items and the response, and then return the response from here. So I need this. Cut. Let's go ahead and remove all this up to here. Let's put this. Okay, so here what I want is an item. Sorry, item. Await db.find unique. So you say find unique where. So there is no need of, so where ID is product ID. So we can first define from here. After this here, const product ID is equal to await params dot ID, just like this. And when you are getting here the item where, we just need to say is equal product ID, just like this. This one is the item success, and then the data is the item. Then there is no need of the pagination here. In this case, I think I'm just going to, for the single item, I'm just going to have it in this format. We have the success, data, and the error, still the same format. Then here we'll return the response, and then 200, the same thing here. Okay, the status. So this should be able to work. So this API, even when it is like this, we cannot consume it. So let's just go back to the standard client here, get organization items. Let's get this one, which has all items. We had the API key. Let's go ahead and copy one API key. So I'm going to duplicate this. I will also have the product. Copy this key for the product. So you would have get, let's duplicate this. Duplicate, and this would be get single item. Okay, get single item slash this. So if you try to get access to this, you have also the invalid key. So let's put the right API key here by going to integrations API management. I think just going to say here, is it API management or API key management? So get the key, copy this one, let's bring it here. Value, and if access this, okay, nice. So you can see you have this success, you have the data, and the error is null. So now we can just use this API key. Basically, now that we have this working, we can just like come to items, and we can just like duplicate one of these, and we name it get get product, get item by ID. They should just take in the ID of the product with no any params. Whatever we get back, this one we're just going to put this one gets from items, then ID. There is no brief items, just do this. items ID, there is no need of any params, just like this. Then we have to look at the response that comes back here, the raise.data, and then we write a correct the brief item response. We need to write this. So if I just go back to this Thunder client, get single item, this is what you get. So you want to copy this, say create for me the response type. So just come here, okay, create for me the response types or type for this. Okay, I just want it to go ahead and create for us the response type so that we use this. So we have the product data, product response, and then there's a product list response. It doesn't actually work like this. I think we can just also change this. I'm just going to copy this. There is where we have the item.ts somewhere. Let me see. In the types, so down here in the types we have item. So for the many items I would want to use something like that. So this is why we have this product data. It has all those things. So we have interface, product response, success, boolean, data, product data, and this, which is string on this is good. I'm just going to export this. Okay, then we have interface. Oh, we're exporting product data. Okay, I don't need to export this again. So here we're exporting the product data, product response, and product list response. We need to make also the problem is that we have also on this we have the pagination. So this product list data might not work, but at least we have the product response. This one is correct. So just go and use this one. So we can just get product async and then the promise of product response, and then access.get this and response.data. Yes, so this is correct. This one is correct. ID string promise, we have product response. So here getting back to the item, getting back here where we have this, we're just going to put the product response like this, and then we have the authenticated and this, then raise.data. So this is good. So now we need to actually get item by ID. On the item page here, this get item by ID. So here we get actually the actual item. We have some errors already. Edit item dot okay, so we can access the dot data here. So we could just destructure this actually. So I'm just going to destructure item into data. success, and error. So since maybe we are just like interested in the if there is no data, okay, maybe we could even just say if there's no data, or even the error. Do we have the error page? We could also just like say if there's no data, then we show this not found, and then I'm just going to rename data as item. So as item, so we just use the item here. So here still you can use now the item.name. Now the item in the update is having some issues, but we'll work on that. That means we don't need this get item, this one with the default data, but let's first leave it here. Let's go to the update form. The only issue is that it is having the type. Here we're just going to have the type of update, of the product data, like this. So item update form has a lot of errors, but we just work with that for now. So the type here, they are not like this one, but let's go and see. Let's start with the basic info. So the only problem is that let's compare. I'm just going to get this cut or copy. Let's go to types. I just want to go to the types, item dot this. I just want to compare notes with the product data here. Let's just go start, ID string, name slug, SKU. So the first ones, name, these ones are okay. Then we have barcode, description. So we have barcode. So instead of just like string or null, this one was just like this. So wherever we have null, so basically we can remove null, we add not required, and this becomes like an undefined, I think. Let's just use that. So basically all these other ones, I'm just going to copy everything. Looks like I can do this. If there is any mistake, we'll definitely find it out maybe, but I'm just going to do this. Okay. So if you just come back to this side, not there. If you come back to the item and then here, so even if I remove this one, we're using that. In the tabs, we still have issues because they're using the item. So let's get the product data. Then that one gives us so many errors. Okay, because we're still using product data, product data, product data, product data, and then even here product data. Okay, there is only one error which is on top here still, which is like product data. Nice. Let's go basic info. up here it should be also about the product data. So we still have the same issue of this. So I'm just going to save this, control do this, let's find this, and control H. I'm going to just say item, and I'm just going to give it product data like this. Let's make sure the product data is just going to replace with product data first. Okay, so product data. So I will do update for all the remaining ones. Okay. Then finally we have similar thing to this one. Remove it, and this replace it with the product data. So these ones are 5, should be product data. So I will select the same thing like the way we did previously, control F, control H with product data. Now hoping for the best or worst, we should be able to view our page. Okay, so edit item, this is Samsung Galaxy A5 4GB RAM. This that is good. We have the product, we have the name, and even the slug is here. So you can just, like, by the way, you can still, I think, clean up the slug. We're just going to leave it here. So now we need to write the micro functions. These micro functions for updating this information. Okay, I like this. I like this really with the image. So we'll use the component for updating this. But otherwise this is good. The category and brand, these ones are going to be select. So right now we don't need to worry about this. Then the images, they are also going to be a marked select image component. So we don't have much really time. We need just get to work, like starting to update all this information. Then the sales information is a read only. This is good. Let's start with the basic information. So when we just go to the basic info here, it gets the item ID and this one. So simulate API call updating. So there is this async update item which gets this. I simply want to get the name slug card. So there is the name slug card. Just go to the name slug card. So if you look at the name slug card, it gets the item and this. Then there is handle update. If there is no name, toast.error, name is required. And let me hope we are using the toast from Suna. Okay. So name slug, then we have handle update. If there is no name, if there is no slug, so then here we have set is updating to true. Then const update, so you call update item, you pass in this and the data, and in this case the data is name and this. So the update item is this one, which is saying data, and they say partial product data. So like it is part of that. So a new console.log return success. So I'm just going to actually cut this. Maybe okay, just like first leave this one, but I'm just going to copy it, go to the item. So we'll create suppose create an API also that updates the API that updates the item and then returns what you're supposed to return. So we can create the update API, or you can create the update API. Where is the update API? So let me first get put this one here, update item, then I just like bring in the product data. So what this means is it can be like partial of this whatever data we have. Okay. So for now, I'm just going to go ahead and get the item. So let's just go ahead and say await db dot item, then dot update. So here we just need the where ID, and then down here we just say also the data to be data. So I just want to know what is going to happen with this export async function. Let's put this in a try catch just in case. Just always get used to using try catch. Then console.log here, console.log error, and then we can also return success to false. Success false. So we can also get update item by ID to make sure that we're using this one. Going back to the forms, item update forms in the basic info, where we have the name card, okay, so here I'm just going to say this name and slag updated. Let's see, so this should just be actually update the actual thing. So for instance, for this, I just want to remove some of this like black. Let me just remove it. Galaxy 4 GB RAM, maybe even this, like leave only this. So after the update, we should revalidate, I think. Update should be before return. We need to revalidate path slash dashboard slash inventory inventory item, just inventory item. Like, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to pass in the ID of X to be exact. Like, if I wanted, I could pass in the ID, since we have the ID of the item being updated. I just like put the ID here. So just going to write the word updated to be very sure that this is the one that name and slag updated. So to verify, we need to refresh, and yeah, so you can see that this was updated. Okay, that's good, because we are only updating this here. That's why we are going to use, like, if we wanted, just because we are going to use one function, I think it is really nice using one function. I'm not sure though if that one just like, yeah, I think that is very nice, because it only submits like only this thing. Let's like work on the barcode. So this one is done. Let's work on the barcode. So product identifiers, SKU, and the barcode. So going back here, we still on the base scheme for we are done with the name slag. We have the SKU here. So just have here, there is, if there's no this, then if there is no SKU, because I think the barcode is optional, I'm not sure. So we have SKU, barcode, which is like barcode or undefined, so the barcode can be still not updated. Then we just going to say update item by ID, and then let's go ahead and see if that one is also done. I'm just going to say here barcode 889, SKU, let me just add 0 here, update. Okay, SKU and barcode updated, and you can see like this is very fast, because we are not updating the entire everything. Scroll down here and you can see the barcode and the SKU, they are there. Let's go to the product details, the product description, and the dimensions. So the product description and the dimensions, let's just go still on the basic info. Minimize this one. So we have the description dimension card. It has the description, dimensions, and you see if just like there are two, you can even export these ones in different files, so that you're not overwhelmed. So update item by ID. That's the only thing you need to do, just update this function, I believe. I'm just going to go here and fill in some description. This is an update of the description. The dimensions of this is maybe 300 by 400 by 800. I don't know. Just update, and product and dimensions updated. Just come here, refresh. So you can see that the description is there and the dimensions. Then we have the weight and the thumbnail. So they made the thumbnail to be this one, but we just need to put the image upload. So we need to change a little bit here, but the functionality is going to remain the same. If I minimize this, the weight thumbnail, you see that we have the weight and the thumbnail, so this is going to remain the same. What's going to change is that we are going to add the button for updating this. Okay, so I'm just going to use the image, the one that we used. The one we used, how did it look like? There is one we used in the item listing. Just like checking the item listing. There is one we used in the entity form. So in the entity form down here we have this. So you could just copy this. Let's see how this looks like anyways. Just go to on the basic info tab. So while we have this the thumbnail, and when it is thumbnail, they saw this. I'm just going to do this. What it is the input, I'm just going to put this. Get the button. Now for the image URL, I'm just going to say this is the thumbnail, and this is going to be set thumbnail. Then item image. So let's go ahead and see this. Okay, so this comes with its like the how can I say, it comes with its own, the button comes with its own in this case I would want them to be side by side. Okay, I would want this to be on the side, not like this vertical. So I'm just going to pass in first of all the first thing in this image upload button. I'm just going to say I'll pass in to be a key, which is going to be like I'm just going to pass in some how do they call this this key now, like variant. We'll pass the size, that is okay, but then I would want to know like let's say maybe let's say display. I'm just going to put here display to be horizontal, so I'm just going to say this to be horizontal. So just go to the upload and I'm just going to say that I'm just going to specify display display, and this is going to have only two keys, the horizontal and the vertical. So here I will just come and I say display, is going to equal by default, let's say vertical, and this is going to control how this one is more so on this one. So I will remove this. Let me, because this is which is being governed here, because you can see we have the image and the button, two things. So this plays a big role here. So we shall have flex like so. So I'm just going to also cut this, add it in the CN, and then we just going to say if display is equal to horizontal, for instance. If this is true, we're just going to apply flex row, and otherwise we are going to apply flex call. Okay, so this will solve the issue. So for now it's going to see like this. However much I'm not intending to have that flex. Okay, I will just give the thing in the future, but that is one thing. Then let's look at the size. Going back here, I'm just going to pass in also the size. So here I'm just going to pass in the size of LG. So what I'm just also going to say here, where you have the size, so size is going to be SM and LG. So by default size is going to be SM. The normal one is going to be SM, and this is going to apply only on the image with this width and height. So I will also do here CN. Now when it comes to the size here, we just cut this, and I'll report and say that if size is equal to SM, if this is true, then apply this, ls we need to apply, like, let's try for distance 20 C. Yeah, so you can see this we can just look at the dimensions in this, the one that they had applied here. So you can see this was actually 20. Okay, so I can remove this. Yeah, so far good. Maybe I would want to bring this nearby. I don't know. I would want to bring that nearby. We can do that by limiting this. we can just like give for us this width like a third. Yeah, so like this bees together like this, and this should be only in LG, because on small screen you don't want to do that. Okay, so let's update the image. So this is Galaxy A5. I would want to get another image. Samsung Galaxy A5. We just need another image, like this one is more nice. So save. Okay, so we have another image. Let's go and try that. I'm just going to go down to where we have the image, update, and let's choose this one. So and the weight, we put weight of 2.0. Yeah, so the image has updated. Let's update. So make sure that on this here we have not update item, but update item by ID, like that. And let's go ahead and make sure we update. Okay, weight and thumbnail updated. Let's see. Yeah, so you can see when here the weight is. Now we have the category and brand. Let me look at that form. So the image was really nice how we implemented it. I'm really happy with this. Toast. They just go to another one, which is category brand card. So if you just look at the category ID and the brand ID is what we are getting here. That means like in this we need to receive the categories, all categories and all brands to be able to update, and you select, you can see the selects cannot work. If you look here, let me see. So like these are like inputs. Like in real app, this would be a select drop down with categories, which is very true. So we need to do that. We need to bring in the select, the actual select. So the first step would be in the page here. We need to get the brands and the, so we have already the brands and the categories. If you go in the categories, we already get organization categories. This is what we need basically. Okay, there's an update and all sorts of other things, but the most important one we need is get organization categories. So I would go down here, page, this item, this one is no longer helpful, and let's go down here, say const categories is equal to our weight, get organization categories, then pass in the the organization ID. So this, the item that I believe I can just use that instead. Data dot so that we can just like instead put it down here after we have fetched the item. Say item dot I'm very sure there must be organization ID, so we can just get this and also the brands. So we need also the brands, which is going to be get organization brands, I believe. Okay, so now we get these ones. They must enter inside this brands. So see here brands. So we need to format them in terms of the label, and we need to format them. So we're just going to say brand options. So const, for instance, brand options should be brands dot map, and just get here the item, and so it should return label. The label is going to be item dot name, and then the value is going to be item dot id. So that's what we need. Basically that's it also for category options. So we're just going to come here and say category options is going to be categories, and then this one is going to be the title, I believe. So these are the ones we're just going to send this side. We're just going to send the brand, the brands, the brand options is equal brand options, and then the category, you're just going to say here the category options. So you have category options is equal to category options. So these are also brand options. I don't know what's the spelling of the word category options, like this, and the brand options. So in the update form, we just go into the export type here, maybe the type of option, which is going to be just interface, option, and then this we have the label, string, and then we have also the value, which is also a string. And so here we pass in on the item, we have the brand options, and we also have the category options, and then these we can give them as option array, and also the brand options. They are also of type option array. If you just I think that's okay now. So now we can pass these inside different tabs where they are needed. So for instance, these we can pass them inside the basic info, because if you just go here under the basic info tab, takes in the item. It should also take in the brand options, like brand options, and then for categories, which are categories. Just like this, and then let me copy the types. So I would say this, copy the types, and then if you just go to this, you would receive them, brand options and the category options. We can now either go to this update form, and then you're like, this is going to be the option. Let me export from here. Let's get the option. From the update form. There is one which comes from React Tailwind, or maybe we would have used that one, I don't know. So we want to send this to the category brand. So these very ones, we're just going to say category options is equal to category options, and then also the brand options is equal to brand options. Going to the category here, you can of course also receive these brand options, category options. We have done like they call it I think they call it like prop drilling, but I think it is the best alternative we have. You can try some other methods to see how easy it can reach in this component, maybe using ZooStand or something. I'm not going to go that route. Okay, so after this, the data is in the final component where we want it. So we need to now replace it with this select. Instead of using this one, we need to use the select. So I'm just going to use the React Tailwind select. The other one, the component we have, I think that will be the best. So how am I going to do that? So the easy one is to go to the documentation here. then just go to reusable components, and then the form select. The usage is what I want. It's simply copy this. Okay. So what we have, select category in this div here is what I'm just going to put this. I'm just going to put here categories. So we need two options, which are like the category options. Then the option, we need to have a way of selecting the option and also getting the initial category. Since we have the initial category here, I'm just going to use that. So if you go up here, you see that we have the category ID. This is the initial one because you can see the use state. So down here means I can do something, get the actual initial category by getting the options. Category options dot find item dot value is equal to the category ID, just like this, and then we can use that as the initial selected one. So the selected category, so here you can say selected category, and then here the set selected category, just like this. The use state, we could just say option like this. The option I think just because of this one is having the undefined, so here we just have the option or undefined. So we can also have this that it can be null or undefined. Okay, so let's go back down here. Here you're just going to see the selected category like this, and then here set selected category like this. We can add also a link to add a new category, and this can be dashboard inventory categories new. I think just like new or just like categories, just like this. Yeah. Now here this one is because of type option is inside a type option, defined inside of type option. So I don't know how we're just going to do, but you say as option, and that would solve the problem. So if we just go back to this, let's refresh. We'll just work on that loader. For now, let's just, so I have select categories and I have two categories. As you can see here, I don't have the selected one. I think, oh, the product doesn't have the category yet, so that's why we don't have a default one. Similar to the brands, so I'm just going to do the same thing to the brands. So copy this and let me remove this one, and for the brands we're just going to have this. I'm just going to add brands, And similarly, this is going to be brand options, and let's go to where we have this selected. We'll have initial brand. Since this is here, I'm just going to cut this down, so we can just say initial brand is going to be brand options, then it's going to be brand ID. And then from getting initial brand, you can just get the selected brand, selected brand is then here set selected brand, and this is going to be initial brand. Okay, let's update this information in the form here. Brand selected brand, so this is going to be selected brand, and this is going to be set selected brand. Add new brand, and this is going to be under brands. Okay, so nice. Let's go ahead and see. So we have the brands also. We have only one brand, so we can also add a new brand. Like I just click on this, and this would take you to the brands page. We add Samsung, for instance, so you can create a new brand. Let's just say Samsung. Okay, so you have these two brands. So if we just go back to the inventory items, and I click on the update, which is where we are updating this one. Okay, down under the brands, I'm just going to now work on that. So we have the update, handle update, which is here. So the only thing we just need is to get the selected the one we need is just this brand brand ID. So data here we have the category ID, which is going to be from selected category dot value, just like this. Then the brand is also going to be the selected brand dot value, just like this. And then we can update item with the data. Let's do that. I will just select Samsung, and then for the category I just select electronics. And let's go ahead and make sure that this is calling the update item by ID. And let's go ahead and click update. And category and brand has been updated. If you scroll down, you see that they are now selected. This one is electronics and this is Samsung. Finally, we have the product images. So we already have also the multi-image upload, which we can also edit a little bit if you look at the malt image upload, how it works, we even have it, I think, under documentation here. Malt image upload, and then we have the usage. So you have the malt image upload. So you just look at this, the normal malt image upload. So after the category here, we have the images card. So I will just go down here where it has this add image URL, whereby you keep on adding them. I'm just going to remove it here. Just go and put the malt image upload like so. First of all, you have also to update the endpoint to accept the multiple images. Let's also work on state. So you have on the state the initial images and so on. So for this case here, we have actually image URLs, which we need, and set image URLs. So here we're just going to have image URLs, and then here is going to be set image URLs. And then we have the endpoint. So if you just go to the API upload thing, core, so we need for the multiple image upload. You see, we don't have that endpoint right now, so we can just say create it here, where we have this item, and you say, yeah, maybe item images, and then you simply add one more thing here where they have the image. You can see you can add image, and then in the image you can add this my file count for, that means you're supporting 4 images. So inside here, an item images, put a comma, and let's put the max file count to be 4. And now we use the item images in the item updates here. So I'm just going to add this. If you go back, let's refresh. And just go down here on the product images. Now we don't have the product images. We can add of course the default ones. We have the default images we can add. So let me just go here. There is one we had added in the schema. On the thumbnail here, like this. You can also add them here, where we have the image URLs. We can simply add one, okay, let's just like add them just this side. I can just simply add them here. Okay, just add this one, 2, 3, and 4. So like maybe you have that the 4 images here, and you will just like change this. Each image maybe should be 0.5 MBs. So we can simply go back to upload thing, and we add 2 MBs for the 4 images. I'm not sure why the images are not showing up. We have for an array of images. I think it's just like taking this item.images, so you can see even the down one is not showing. That means like the image URLs, item.image URLs is returning an empty array. So I could just say the default image is here. We can just like put them outside here. So we can say const default images is equal to. So we can first check the item dot image URLs and item dot image URLs dot length greater than 0. If this is true, then we just say they are equal item dot image URLs. Else, then that's why we actually add our hours here. Okay, so just add it here like so, and then here we can just simply specify the default images, and this should now work. But the ones they added here, these are really nice. We just like need to maybe also find a way of removing these images. This looks like really extreme compared to these ones down. So that means like we need to work on that. Probably. I'm just going to tell it to modify for me that maybe that card, the math image. Okay. I don't want it to be in a card. I'm just going to make it just I'm just going to first of all just create another one. Is that just going to modify this one. I'm just going to say that modify for me this image, this merge image upload component, remove the card, and here add the remove image functionality. Make the images to be small size and fit in 4 of them nicely. Okay, so you just like see what it can do here. Meanwhile, time is going, but this is really important. If we can update, this is in the basic info. This is the last information before we go to the pricing, which is the most easiest. These ones are very easy, only that we need also to have the units here, tax, then there is serial number tracking. If you add it here, like we have active item and so on and so forth. Additional information, need to make sure that this item update is worked on very nicely. Okay, so let's go back here. I don't know why it has added them at image here. They just go here in the image merge image upload. I'm just going to update this to this. Let me hope things are okay. For some reason there is no any errors. Okay, set image URLs to res.map-item.url. Okay, they just see how this looks like in the update info. Okay, so now we have the component which is fitting in nicely. You just remove this second one, basic info. So these ones now they are not necessary. So we have now product images. You can just go ahead and upload new ones. So we just also go ahead and get, so you can just like remove this. Okay, I'm just going to get Samsung. So we have enough images here we can use. So there is this one. I can click on images. Okay, so these ones I don't like them. Just go back here. So we already have this. Save this. Which we can rename. There is also this. I'm just going to say rename. Then there is this one, rename. So basically we have 4 images at this point. Okay, or you could just like go to one of these, and like we have some other images. Okay, I'm just going to go here, say upload files. So just going to upload these 2, 3, and maybe 4. So like upload these 4. They should not exceed 2 MBs. Okay, so the bad thing I think with this one, no, okay, so now we can just like remove the ones we don't want. Like you leave only these 4. Okay. I'm not sure if they should be fitting in or not. If we just go back to the images, they have the height and width. They also have aspect ratio. I'm just going to say object and set to contain, and I see. Yeah, I think this is much better. Like you look at the image. I'm not sure if now the concept of the they just like leave them like this. This is okay. Okay, so since we have these 4 images, we need to update them. So I just go to basically go back to the basic info, and then we have the handle update, which is just going to say update by ID, takes in the ID, and then the image URLs. Okay, the remove function here, we don't need it. The add image, we don't. Then we have the new. Okay, this one is also not needed. Okay, so I'm just going to, so it has refreshed, which is so bad. Just going to want to again get these 2. I'm just going to add some images quickly. And then meanwhile I can remove these other ones. These ones I don't want them, so let's update. Okay, images updated successfully. We can just refresh, and you can see the images are also there. So like we have managed to update this information, and this is really nice. Then you just go to the inventory price. So if you look at the inventory, just going to go back, go to the inventory pricing. We have the first one, which is the pricing card, takes in the cost and the selling price. It's saying if there is no cost and the selling price stream, then here it converts them to the number, and we update item by ID, and we can just also confirm that by adding this one to maybe 15. This is 150, and this is 200. Let's update. Okay, so that one is great. Let's go to the next one, stock levels. So right now we have the minimum stock level, which is 0, and this is, so let's go to the second card. So the second card here, stock level card. I'm just going to change only the this. Where is it? Update by ID. That's the only one we need to change. I'm just going to put the maximum level is going to be 50, minimum is going to be 10. Update. Okay, stock level updated. Now for the item status, by default is active. Now for serial number tracking, if we update it, then that means like we'll have to add the serial numbers, or we add the serial number of this item there. We'll look at how to manage the serial numbers. I'm just going to leave the item status if you want to deactivate this item. Let me so the stock level, we are done. So the here is active and is serial tracked. This one I'm just going to simply say by ID. And the last one, we have the tax card. So this is why we have the tax information, we have the tax rate, and select the tax rate. I don't know if it is even just like you don't need to type in anything here really. I'm just going to I will just simply join these two, the tax and the unit information. I would put them in the same card the way it was in the other one, in this basic info. So I will just look for that. This category brand card, this one, I will copy it and I just go to where we have this inventory pricing, I will join these two. I will just simply add it here, and I will simply say, instead of just the category brand, I'm just going to say unit tax card, and here just going to have the item. We'll have the unit options, and then here just going to have the tax options. Similarly for these, we can import the option, but then this one is going to be unit, and this one has to be tax. So inside here is going to be, we'll be managing the tax ID. This one is going to be set tax, and this is going to be item.tax ID, tax rate ID anyways. And then initial tax is going to be tax options, item.value is equal to the tax ID. Similarly, selected tax, set selected tax set Okay, so we go to the second one, which is going to be the unit. So this is going to be unit ID. This is going to be set unit. This is item.unit ID. And then the initial brand, this is going to be initial tax, initial unit. It's going to be unit options, and this one is going to be unit ID, selected unit, set selected unit. This one is going to be initial unit. Okay, so I think all of them, so data here is going to be tax rate. If you check on the type for the product data, we have the tax rate. So this is tax rate ID, and then the unit ID. Unit ID, and this is going to be selected tax, and this one is going to be the selected unit. We'll put other data in here. The one that they put for the unit card here, there is unit of measure. As you can see in the data, there will be unit of measure, and that's the one I'm just going to get. Here there'll be unit of measure, which is going to be selected unit dot label. Similarly, that will be, so you can remove the unit card, and then in the tax card you will see that you will see that in the data there is the tax rate ID, and then there is the tax. Okay, so I'm just going to get this. For this one, I'm just going to first also go back to this. So it is it. So okay, is this tax a number? So we have to get the to get from the label, but the label is we're just going to look it at in a second. So this is I'm just going to first say selected task selected tax dot label, which is going to be, it is a string. I'm just going to see what this one is going to give us in a second, but let's go and get this. Instead of the categories, I'm just going to start with units, unit options, selected unit, set selected unit, add new unit, and this is going to be a unit. Similarly here we just have tax rates, so this is going to be tax options, selected tax, and this is selected tax, add new tax. Now the tax is in the settings, is not in the inventory, I guess. I'm sure that this is not under inventory tax, so I just go and say so we have only one thing, which is now we don't need the tax, we need the unit tax. Is it called like in tax card? So this need to receive some other information. So from here, go back to this one. We'll just go ahead and fetch some other things here, like the taxes, and just get org, and then we have also the units. This is going to get org units. Similarly, let's go ahead and create the options. Tax options, is going to be taxes, and if from here the label is the name, and then if you just go and say the unit options, and let's pass these ones inside here. Tax options is equal to tax options. Going back to the item update form, similarly we need to pass in the tax options and then the unit options. And then we can just give them the similar this. Okay, this is unit options. And then we pass these into this here, the unit options, and the tax options. At this point I'm getting that tax options is equal to tax options. And let's go to this. I'm just going to copy some of these types. Go to the pricing component. We just receive the tax options plus the unit options. And then like tax and unit, and then I will just like paste these here. Now we pass them again in the unit like tax options, which are equal to tax options, and then for the unit and then finally into these ones we already have them. Okay, we already have them. If you just like check in now how this looks like, this is under the inventory and pricing. So you just go down, you have the units and you have also the taxes. If you look at this, the value added tax, I need to pass in somehow. I need to pass in the actual number. So if I just go back to the page, this is where I'm going to pass in the number under the tax options. If you look at this item, it has a rate itself. So I'm just going to attach the rate here, like so. So I will just get this from dollar and then put a dash, and then I'm just going to put the item dot rate. So the rate is what I'm interested in. So if you just go back here, you will see that if I refresh, back here, go to rates, you said the 10 is in the rate is in the it is passed also, so you can add 10% just like this. So but now what the difference is that I can just go to the form on this I can extract it from here. So this float of I'm just going to leave, I will not touch the percentage. Let me not pass this percent, because if I split again I will have to remove this percent. So you can just like remove it and I remain with only the number. So now I can just get this here. You can first calculate this here, the tax. So const tax. So we get the selected task dot label, and then we split it. So I'm just going to split. I'm just going to split it at a dash. This returns back an array. So if you see now, this returns string array. So now for this array, I'm just going to get the first item in that array. So this is going to be the thing. So this is the one I'm just going to come and put here as the tax. Okay, so that one should work. We should have the unit of measure, and I think even this one, the unit of measure, it is not the label. If you just go to the units, we have the kilogram. So I will pass in here on the page. You can also pass in exactly the same thing on the unit. So here we're just going to say item dot symbol. So the symbol is what is going to be the unit of measure. If you go back to the inventory pricing, similarly, I'm just going to do the the unit here. Is going to be selected unit, and then the at 0, this one is the one that's going to be the unit of measure. So this one here. Okay, so I have all this now done. We can go ahead and update this successfully. You can just go ahead and select this one is going to be in kilogram, tax rate, the 10%. And let's update the update by ID. Okay, so I want to refresh. Okay, so now if you come back here, so you can see they are there, so that's good. And now we are going to the final part. So now we are done for these first two sections. We just need to finish these other the remaining section, which is this additional information, this one. So I'm just going to go here, which is updating the these ones, which are really the easy ones. So I'm just going to go to this other one, which is the additional information. There are 3 cards, and you can just go to this. And this is the only thing I can just do is by adding by ID, and then next I'm also going just add the same thing, update item by ID, and then even now for the sales info card, there is also update. So the sales count, let me see. So you cannot update the sales count and the sales total, so this one cannot be updated even when we have this one. Okay, so basically we have those two. I'm just going to go ahead and test them out. Additional, so we can have this UPC, universal product code. I just say 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. You can see it even just has like the 12 numbers, the same thing to this one. So just going to say like this. So let me just go ahead and update this. Okay, so you can see it has updated. So we have updated the UPC and the UEN, international article number. We can also update these ones, but I just want to refresh to see if they were updated. Okay, nice. Let's just confirm. Yeah, so you can see they are here. So we have the update of this whole entire thing working really nicely. So another thing I just want is these tabs. I just want to touch in these tabs to look a little bit better than this. Okay. I just want to use the tab styling that we used, the one that we used in the in the school management system, where we had really nice tabs. I don't know when how can I get those ones? I really need them. Then the title, I think the title generally is okay. The title generally is okay. I maybe it's just like can just like get these tabs. Let me see. Locally here, if we have like some beautiful one, somewhere like on the home page, and then we use those ones. So next we are going to tackle on the loadings for different components. We tackle on the loading. Right now I just want to see if I can get the good tabs ready. We have these ones which were really cool. Only they had some issue where they are, but the active tab itself has really no problem. That is I'm just going to say that edit. We can just have the tabs design. There's always just like nice tabs we can just like look at. Let me see here. Like the tabs, let me see. The active tab. I'm just going to see and see what is going to come up. I'm just going to say that I need the tabs to be to be having a primary colored scheme. Okay, the active tab should stand out. What it is, maybe another thing. What would be another thing be? This header also. I need the page header to also look better. just going to say improve this. The page that look better. So let's just take a look at the improvements. So after this, I'm just going to straight away to the loading. We're just going to use suspense for all these pages. Just want to look at the active tab. I just see here. It is having issues with the upload thing, but importantly, I'm just going to update this. The container where we have this. Since we already have this, I'm just going to first duplicate this to maintain the original one, just in case this one doesn't look good. So let me go and replace with this. Okay. So the tabs, they are inside. The tabs are inside the item update form, I think. So we need to check out that. But let's first look at the header. Just look at the header, see some changes. Okay, so link is not defined. Link. Okay, we have button. We have the icons. Okay, then on this we need, of course, to pass in all these other ones. In this we need also all these other ones. Okay, so let's just refresh. Okay. That's Samsung item. They can go back. I think the going back is okay. It is showing the SKU last updated. The preview save all changes. What does the save all changes do? Because save all changes, like we aren't going to implement that. I'm seeing somehow this red ring, the red line, I don't know if it just means does it mean the update? I'm not sure what that red ring means. The preview is okay. Actually, I'm just going to leave one of I think the preview save all changes is not viable. Like, we are not going to have again the function which saves all changes. So I guess the preview product, that is okay. Going back is also okay. Going back to the items, so this link takes supposed to take back to the like dashboard, inventory, items. This one is okay. Then the same thing to the back here. The last updated is okay. So now let's check on the tabs, because I must have changed this update form to add the tabs. Most importantly, I guess it has brought in the concept of the active tab. Let's look at it in the form. Okay, so the active tab was previously there. So tab, and then the tab list. So we have the tab list, event and pricing. So I just need to copy the tab list like this. The tab list. Let me put the tab list. We have the CN. Okay, so let me just look at the how the active tab looks like right now. Okay, so basic information, event and pricing, addition information. Okay, that is, I think, okay. So the at this point, if you wanted to apply yours, you could just go ahead and apply your own styling. I'm just going to basically do that head. I would have done better, but I feel like at this point we are taking a lot of space that is for free. It basically is not that is not necessary. So going back to the page here, we could leave the back. First of all, this padding Y, I'm just going to make it maybe 5. Okay. Then I feel like the preview button is okay. There is this, I think, this red line. I'm not sure if it is necessary, needs to be there. Okay, so I'm just going to leave it like this. I feel like at least like this is okay. I'm just going to take off also the padding Y. I think it is not really necessary. Okay. I think the page is looking quite good. For this preview, I don't know why we're going to link this to. For now, let me just leave it there. So that is done. Let's work on the loading spinners for different pages. So instead of just like leaving this to have its own, we need to create the loading spinners for each individual page, and then we use suspense to render those pages. Okay, we can just like create those. For instance, the edit page, we can create a loading schema for this. You can just like get this like so. Just bring like this, another card like that. So I'm just going to copy this, go back. We still have, I think, some messages here. Create a loading skeleton for the edit page, so that you can use it in suspense. Okay, I'm just going to use it in suspense, just like that. Now we have different pages. So this is one page. Then we have the dashboard page and all other pages for these tables. For these other ones, we're just going to use the one we used here for the inventory items. If you just go in the actual inventory here, on the page, you see we use this table loading. So we're just going to use this table loading for all these ones, the brands page. So for this case, if you have this, you can simply put in the suspense, and then inside the suspense we can put in all the components we want to load. So bring in the suspense, bring in the table loading component, and then inside, for instance, I want to bring in this. Okay, so when you're just like loading like the brands, it should show now the brands. It should show the loading skeleton for the table. Okay, so it showed just a little bit. Okay, so here, if you just go to the page, So it created the loading within this this one. Let me just go to the page and see if it used it here. It didn't use it, but I'm just going to go ahead and use it. I'm just going to say in the here in the edit. Now you can just like delete this. I have in the edit, I can also create another one, which is going to be edit loading .tsx. So edit item loading okay. So inside the item, we can press everything in the suspense. Most also the update form. So I'm just going to go to this item page, and I can just copy suspense, go back to the page, and this page we can just like put the I can just cut this, and you want to put it inside the suspense. I don't know if this is going to work. And then here just going to say item, let's just see here, this is edit item loading. So just come here and say sorry, just going with edit item loading, and then I just want to see what is going to happen. Let's just go back to the items first. I'm just going to go to the items, so you can see they have a nice table loading here. And then when I click on this, I just want to see the loader for the, yeah, I think it loaded. However much it didn't take much time, but like it has a nice loader as well. There is the loader for the dashboard. Okay, there is a loader for the dashboard, so we need also work on it. Actually, there is this general loader that we have here in the dashboard layout. There is the loading, this one. So I need to go on the page where we have this here. That's where you're supposed to be doing our loading. But before that, the dashboard itself, we need to have a loading for this if you want for this layout, we can say that we want this sort of like layout here. This, let me just copy this. So you still have one message, so I'm just going to say create a dashboard layout, loading component that will be rendered while loading in a dashboard page. So for those ones we haven't put this, would want just to use this the broad layout to create us that loading page. But so far I'm happy with what we have achieved in today's episode. We have managed to add to work on the item, and most importantly, the most complicated thing we have done is to do the edit functionalities, which are really not easy. We have protected the API. We have made sure we are using also the API internally and all other things. We have updated the items and done all those nice things. So let's just see. I think it has finished. Dashboard layout loading. Just copy this one. So I'm just going to put this one inside the layout. We already have this loading, the dashboard loader. We can just like leave it with that name. I'm so curious to see how it looks like. Let me see. So we can just refresh. Or we simply go to the dashboard. I want to simply go to the dashboard and see what it is going to render. Go to the dashboard. So I'm not seeing the layout here. Oh. So it tried to maintain the sidebar. Okay, that's not what I expected. Oh. User profile, the main content here. So I think we just like work on this load. I'm just going to maintain the first the previous one for now. Okay, so just going to stop here for now, and we just like proceed in the next episode, add other things. I feel like really I'm tired. I'm just going to resume in the next episode. Thank you so much for watching this episode. I will see you in the next one.